times, and I'm only vaccinated 2 times. And in Switzerland, they don't give the 3rd vaccine yet. They talked about it today on the news, so it will come in a few months. So a very good friend of mine, she had to go to France because her sister needed a heart operation. So she said, because I had left Bern, so I was kind of really homeless. Yeah. And I don't really, I don't really want to to rent something, which then I pay rent and I'm
right.
And so she said, you can have my studio if you want. So I'm in the middle of mountains and vineyards in near Sierre. It's in the southern part of Switzerland, the skiing area. So it's very beautiful. So it's very beautiful.
Oh, wonderful.
So Israel, I do the things on Zoom from here, which is today we had the whole day on Lamrim. So it's okay, And also there's another FPMT center right near here, like about an hour away. So I go there. And
good. It sounds like a pretty good Bardo situation. Yeah.
Everything is fine. Everything worked out quite okay.
Yeah.
So I hope it will work out for you just as smoothly and as, things just falling into place. Because when I had to leave Bern, when I said I would leave Bern, she was leaving here, the studio, like almost the same day. Like she was leaving Sunday, I came on Monday.
Wow.
So, and it wasn't really planned like that. But so may your good karma kind of.
Well, I will also dedicate
visa process.
Thank you, and I will dedicate that you get your 3rd shot so you can get to Israel and
okay,
works
great.
out for
it was
you
great
too.
To see you because I kind of missed you because we were for a while you were always coming after me or something like that.
Yeah.
I was wondering how and where you are, so it's nice to see you.
Thank you. It's lovely to see you too.
Yeah. Okay. Take care. And
okay. Thank you.
See you another
Hopefully
time.
I'll see you again.
Yeah, right.
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
Bye.
Take care. Bye. So welcome to anybody who is joining the session. I'll be leading for a half an hour on the Thangtong Gyalpo practice. And so let's go ahead and just sort of settle our mind a bit first, because if we have some concentration, it's much better for the practice and setting our intention. And whatever we've been doing, it maybe the attachment has been stirring up our mind. And so this is a good time to just take a moment and kind of settle into our posture, making sure that the back is straight. We're trying to focus inward so that we're doing this practice in a way that's got our attention. And so just take a few moments to make sure that you're comfortable, that you're seated in a posture that you can hold, where your back is straight, but that everything is nice and relaxed. Stable but relaxed. Our mind would be very attentive, but the body needs to be relaxed so that we can just forget about it. And so take a few nice, real deep breaths. Bring yourself to the present moment. Letting go of anything that might be disturbing your mind. Letting go of distractions. Just focusing on what you're doing right now. And before we start the practice, we need to check and set our motivation. And so there might be an element that we are doing this for our own reasons. Perhaps we have someone who we love who has been affected by COVID. Perhaps we're feeling worried and we want to relieve some of that anxiety by doing something positive, very constructive and meaningful. And then we can think about how we share that in common with many, many, many others, that we have someone who's been affected by COVID, someone in our life, same as millions, if not billions of people at this point. And there will be many, many people who have anxiety about what might happen, what it means. So we can develop a sense of kinship and compassion. And not only that, thinking about all of the people who actually have COVID or who are still suffering from the effects of long COVID and wanting to do this practice for their benefit. And anyone who's been affected. And there's so many ways that the world has been affected by this. Global supply chains have been disrupted. Many people have lost their jobs. Services and goods are not available in many places. People are stressed out in hospitals as patients get angry, and there have been many assaults here on healthcare workers in the US. So there are many, many ways that people are affected. And we have compassion for them. And then compassion also for how all sentient beings suffer from these sufferings of body and mind. And not just humans, but animals and all the beings that we can't see. And we just want to keep expanding our motivation with this love and compassion of wanting to free all sentient beings from suffering, wanting them to have happiness. And by doing this practice, may we achieve a state of ultimate happiness, free of suffering, that we call enlightenment, so that we can lead all other sentient beings to that state as well. And in particular, we're fulfilling the advice of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, our precious guru. And we know that this is then going to bring positive results. And so we can have a very happy mind that we're doing this practice. And so we give it our attention with this relaxed, happy mind. And we say this motivation and refuge, and we'll do this 3 times. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Dharma, the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And so you can picture a 1,000-armed Chenrezig, and there's an image on the screen to help, which is the statue of 1,000-armed Chenrezig from Kopan's Nunnery in Kathmandu. And it's a good visual aid to try and get this feeling of this light body of 1,000-armed Chenrezig actually being here, made of white light, standing on a lotus, and really trying to connect with that 1,000-armed Chenrezig is one with your guru, is one with emptiness, one with perfect compassion, every atom of Chenrezig is love, compassion, wisdom, everything positive. And we imagine that from Chenrezig's heart, out of compassion, and because we are doing this practice, making this connection to Chenrezig, he sends out powerful beams of white nectar in tubes of light that spread out and enter the crowns of all sentient beings who are imagined as human forms, all surrounding you. And that nectar and light are purifying all sufferings of body and mind. Filling all sentient beings with this blissful nectar. As we say the mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om mani padme hum. 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 Om mani padme. Mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme. Om mani padme hum. 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 Mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme. Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum. And so still trying to hold the visualization to the best of your ability of all sentient beings being purified by Thousand Armed Chenrezig, completely eliminating all the negative karmas that have been created that would cause these sufferings of body and mind. We say the actual prayer 3 times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And so think that now all sentient beings are completely purified of any negativities, any suffering, so that all they have is happiness. Their bodies completely healed and their minds totally positive. And then Chenrezig comes to the crown of your head, dissolves into white light, merges with you. So that your mind is in a state of emptiness, filled with love and compassion. And we dedicate that may the precious Supreme Bodhicitta not yet born arise, and may that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. And to realize emptiness, samsara and nirvana lack even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect independent arising or unbetraying, I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thought, that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. And especially for the sick, anyone with COVID, but also anyone with any sicknesses of the body and mind. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exception of transmigratory beings, never occur again. And then we will seal the merits with emptiness. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, and the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. And then we'll save the long life prayers for His Holiness the Dalai Lama and Lama Zopa Rinpoche. The wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, the incomparably kind Supreme Tenzin Gyatso, may you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. So thank you to anyone who joined in. I rejoice that you've just spent the past half hour doing what's most meaningful.
Hello, how are you?
Hello, Venerable Paloma. So lovely to see you.
Yes. Now it's Fabio's turn, but we come together some Spanish.
Yes, and how's Tulku Teddy?
I have in the other room.
Oh.
Are you in Nepal, dear? Still? Nepal?
No. Yeah, no, right now I'm in the US.
Ale,
Yeah.
you will be you already left the nunnery or what?
Yeah.
Ale.
I'm trying to head to Institute Lama Tsongkhapa.
Ale, you will go to Institute Lama Tsongkhapa.
Yes.
Then we
Yes,
will
and
meet,
study
I
there.
hope soon.
I hope so.
I like very
Yes.
much. Yes.
Yeah.
And your Tibetan, how are you Tibetan? You learn Tibetan?
Oh, no, my Tibetan is just, it's not, I don't have very good karma for Tibetan.
At least Tasidele, Ankusu de Pojimpe.
Yes, Tashidele. Yeah, Gerang, Demoyimpe.
Okay. And when are you planning to go to Lama Tsongkhapa?
As soon as I can get the visa. I'm just waiting for the visa at the moment.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's nice place and nice people.
I can't wait. I've been in debate class already online with friends through Lama Tsongkhapa, so I can't wait.
Oh, very good.
Yeah.
Very nice.
And you are well?
Yes. I'm in Valencia, in Valencia, near the center.
Okay. Lovely.
Okay.
And are you at the nunnery?
No. We
No.
are in. I'm in the
Okay.
city, Valencia City. Valencia is a city center. I live in my mother's house now. She's not
I
alive,
see.
but it's just 5 minutes, 10 minutes from the center. Then I'm very close to the center. Yeah.
Wonderful. Sounds very good.
Yeah, I have to visit you in Lama Zopa Institute. I like. Yeah?
Thank you. I'd love to see you too.
Okay, dear.
Okay, thank you.
Chao, chao.
Bye.
Ciao.
Bye.
Hola, Fabio.
Hola, ¿qué tal, venerable?
Es que esta compañera suele estar, la suelo encontrar en los retiros de Carolina del Norte con Lama Zopa Rinpoche. De hecho, ella organizaba, tenía una parte importante en organizar esos retiros.
Ah, muy bien. Pues, thank you, Chenrezig Institute. Like always, you are organizing very well and you are doing a very big effort. Ahora vamos a empezar el segundo ratito de sesión de recitación en español, porque el primero lo hace cada sábado venerable Paloma aquí presente, a las 10 de la mañana hora española, de 10 a 10 y media, y yo hago este de 9 a 9 y media. Con alguna excepción, como por ejemplo el sábado que viene, que me sustituirá venerable Begoña, que yo no estoy, pero vaya que la presencia española en esta recitación que lleva ya más de un año y pico, son esos dos turnos de momento. Si alguien se quiere animar, si algún miembro de la Sangha se quiere animar, siempre es bienvenido a aumentar la línea española, el linaje español, como dice Thangtong, el linaje español. De momento eso es lo que hay y son dos ratitos en los que nos reunimos que son muy agradables y son muy interesantes porque nos reunimos, fundamentalmente porque nos reunimos para practicar, que es yo creo que el beneficio más inmediato que todos obtenemos de todo esto. Creo que no sé si se ha conectado la gente de México, para ellos buenas tardes y también buenas tardes a Darío y Gabriela, a Julia, a Mónica Lara, a Ana, a Isabel.
Estás pasando lista, desde luego. Y a quien no esté le ponemos falta.
Sam Yoyana, que siempre está y no sé quién es, pero da igual, a Lourdes, de aquí de Granada, y a los que no han puesto nada en el chat, pero que están también, a Nieves, a Claire, a Concha, a Luis Carlos de Pamplona, y a los que no están en el chat, pero que sé que están viendo porque hay 14 personas ahora mismo viendo. A todos un saludo muy cordial y gracias por estar aquí. Antes de que se me olvide, quiero recordaros que no os perdáis el vídeo de Lama Zopa Rinpoche que ha publicado hoy la FPMT española con la traducción de Venerable Paloma de cómo hacer ofrecimientos a la estupa de Boudanar, que es una maravilla. Voy a intentar poneros aquí el enlace, creo que lo estoy poniendo ahora con otro ordenador, del canal de la FPMT español. ¿Lo veis? El enlace que he puesto. Bueno, si no lo buscáis en FPMT español, en YouTube, y ahí lo podéis ver, que ha sido colgado pues hace un ratito, ¿no? Muy bien, pues vamos a empezar, si os parece, como siempre hacemos, generando una motivación lo más positiva posible, lo más altruista posible, pensando en todos los seres que podemos visualizar a nuestro alrededor, nuestro padre y todas las figuras masculinas de nuestra familia a la derecha, abuelos, tíos, hermanos, etc. A la derecha nuestra madre y todas las figuras femeninas en la misma actitud, como si estuvieran aquí con nosotros, meditando y haciendo esta práctica con nosotros. No importa si no los visualizamos con detalle. De alguna manera pensamos que los estamos trayendo a este sitio en el que estás. Con eso es suficiente. Detrás colocas a las personas más cercanas a ti, incluso aquellas por las que sabes que sientes apego, algún tipo de aferramiento o apego. Hijos, nietos, pareja, amigos, compañeros, incluyendo tus mascotas, tus animales. Y delante, frente a ti, a la persona o personas con las que estás teniendo problemas o los tuviste en el pasado. Aprovechas y los incluyes, los integras en tu práctica. Y alrededor están todos los seres del universo, todos los seres que conforman los reinos del samsara. Hay tantos que tus ojos no alcanzan a ver el final. Pero lo más importante es sentir que ninguno se queda fuera de tu motivación, de tu mente. Animales, humanos, seres visibles, invisibles, lejanos, cercanos, agradables, no tan agradables. Todos los seres están ahí. Cada uno con sus creencias, con sus pensamientos, con sus logros, con sus defectos, pero todos teniendo en común una sola cosa, el deseo de ser felices, el deseo de evitar el sufrimiento. Dejamos que nuestra mente se centre en eso. Y en base a eso generas la motivación de la bodhicitta, pensando en lo maravilloso que sería que pudieras llevar a todos los seres a la preciosa iluminación, para lo cual voy a hacer esta práctica de Thangtong Gyalpo, que Lama Zopa Rinpoche tan amable y hábilmente desde hace un año está propiciando que nos reunamos y hagamos todos juntos, generando una gran cantidad de mérito. Piensa así, motívate así. Con fuerza, como si tu mente se impregnara con esa motivación. Y recordamos también las palabras de Rinpoche cuando dice: voy a llevar a todos estos innumerables seres a la preciosa iluminación, tarde lo que tarde, cueste lo que cueste, por mí mismo, yo solo. Generas así la actitud valiente del Bodhisattva. Y como ese objetivo es un objetivo inmenso para nosotros, necesitamos de la inspiración y de las bendiciones y de la ayuda de alguien que ya haya conseguido ese objetivo, que son los budas, las tres joyas, los gurús, todos los cuales visualizas que se manifiestan en el espacio frente a ti, sobre un loto, sol y luna, en el aspecto de Avalokitesvara que te sea más familiar, más cómodo. 4 brazos, 1000 brazos, 2 brazos, de pie, sentado, irradiando una gran cantidad de luz, mirándote y sonriéndote de manera muy cálida, y sobre todo sintiendo que es inseparable de nuestros maestros, de su santidad el Dalai Lama, que es Chenrezig en este planeta, de Lama Yese, de Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, y tus propios maestros personales. En esencia son todos Chenrezig y viceversa. Piensa así, unos momentos, meditando así en la devoción al Gurú. Generando respeto y admiración hacia las cualidades del maestro. Abandonándote a ellas con total confianza. Y tratando de mantener en tu mente todos estos pensamientos, tomas refugio 3 veces. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la budeidad suprema. Buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro. Buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la budeidad suprema. Buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro. Buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la budeidad suprema. Buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro. Buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Tomamos refugio en la asamblea de maestros espirituales, las deidades de meditación y las dakinis. Tomamos refugio en la claridad vacía de nuestra propia mente, el Dharmakaya. Entonces sentimos que después de recitar esta oración, tanto nosotros mismos como todos los seres, incontables seres que tenemos a nuestro alrededor, ya estamos bajo la protección, la guía y el amparo de las tres joyas, todos los Budas, Bodhisattvas, Gurus, del Supremo Campo de Méritos, todos ellos a través de Chenrezig, que está en el espacio frente a nosotros. Nos están guiando. Ahora recitamos el mantra unos minutos y visualizamos que del corazón de Guru Avalokitesvara surge luz que entra por nuestra coronilla, la de todos los seres que nos rodean, concediéndonos a todos lo que necesitemos, lo que precisemos. A los hambrientos comida, a los sedientos bebida, a los enfermos salud y calma, a los fallecidos como mínimo el perfecto renacimiento humano, a los que están padeciendo desastres naturales. Por ejemplo, nos acordamos de los habitantes de La Palma, en Canarias, pero en general en todos los seres pensamos que están padeciendo desastres naturales, el desequilibrio de los elementos, también nos acordamos de ellos. Los seres que conozcas, aprovecha y medita en ellos y visualiza que esa luz les concede todo lo que necesiten, el final de sus obstáculos, que encuentren trabajo. Y meditas así mientras recitas el mantra, sintiendo que con la vibración del mantra toda esa luz y sus cualidades se activan en nuestro interior y en el de todos los seres. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Empezamos con las recitaciones de la oración propiamente dicha. Para la motivación de esta primera, si quieres, venerable Paloma, hacerla tú.
Vale. Bueno, pues para que todos podamos desarrollar la preciosa mente de la bodhicitta, especialmente que el buen corazón nazca en aquellos que hacen daño a los demás, que oprimen, en aquellos que tienen algún tipo de poder, y que cese todo tipo de violencia, podamos vivir con una moralidad muy pura y así crear unas condiciones favorables para aprovechar esta vida humana, los que tenemos esta vida humana, esta preciosa vida humana, y poder desarrollar todas nuestras cualidades para poder beneficiar a los seres.
Muy bien, muchas gracias. Pues pensando en eso, recitamos. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu, en un solo instante no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si los colocaran en la boca de llama el Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan el cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente, y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, los guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, que puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Hacemos la segunda recitación y en esta ocasión la ofrecemos especialmente para toda la Sangha, especialmente la Sangha enferma. Nos acordamos del venerable Cesare, que aunque está mucho mejor, aún necesita mucho de nuestras oraciones. De venerable Tony, para que obtenga un perfecto renacimiento humano. De venerable Nerea, para que mejore y tenga fuerza. De venerable Drolma, para que se recupere de su operación. Y en general nos acordamos de toda la Sangha, que aquellos que necesiten, aquellos y aquellas monjas que necesiten de medios para hacer retiro, traducir, estudiar, practicar, los obtengan. Que los que estén enfermos sanen. o al menos tengan una mente en paz, que florezca la Sangha, que haya armonía entre la Sangha. Y pensando así, recitamos. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si los colocaran en la boca de llama, el Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, los guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, que puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Hacemos la tercera y última recitación y esta la hacemos especialmente por todos aquellos rincones del planeta, que todavía son muchos, por desgracia, en los que el virus está siendo fuerte, está pegando fuerte, para que lleguen las vacunas, los tratamientos, para que cese de una vez, para siempre. En especial nos acordamos de Rusia, donde está siendo bastante desastroso la situación, y cualquier país del mundo en donde aún se necesiten de muchos méritos y de nuestras oraciones para que llegue todo aquello que pueda hacer cesar la pandemia. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si los colocaran en la boca de llama, el Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Que puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, los guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, que puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Visualiza que como consecuencia de tus oraciones, Chenrezig, que ha estado todo el tiempo en el espacio frente a ti, de su sagrado cuerpo surgen innumerables réplicas que se sitúan en la coronilla de los innumerables seres, y ese Chenrezig central se disuelve en ti. Y las réplicas de Chenrezig en los seres, dándonos a cada uno lo que necesitemos, lo que precisemos, pero sobre todo dándonos a todos la mente que comprende la realidad, la mente que conoce que las cosas no existen por sí mismas, no son como se nos aparecen, no existen como se nos aparecen. Ya que mientras desconozcamos eso, existirán causas, condiciones para conflictos, enfermedades, desarmonías, emociones aflictivas, engaños, etcétera, karma. Intentando mantener todo eso en mente, pedimos a nuestros gurús, comenzando por su santidad el Dalai Lama, que esté con nosotros hasta el fin del samsara. Su santidad que entre hoy y mañana nos está dando unas enseñanzas preciosas que podéis ver en el canal de dalailama.com. Es un comentario de la alabanza a la originación interdependiente de Lama Zopa y es increíble que, bueno, yo creo que no podemos abarcar con nuestra mente, ¿no? El que tengamos un ser así en este mundo. Pues a veces algunos destellos nos llegan cuando le ves y cuando lo escuchan. Entonces os animo a que lo veáis también. Ite emenkadi ende maruba gale eduwe sampere jisino kadri insune ensigyato sho utsehetenchi tuselumbru joya que concedes y colmas los deseos, fuente de todo beneficio y felicidad en este mundo. A ti de bondad incomparable, Tenzin Gyatso, te suplico que tengas una larga vida y que todos tus sagrados deseos se cumplan espontáneamente. Exactamente lo mismo para Lama Zopa Rinpoche, idem para Rinpoche de lo que he dicho Juan. Su santidad, que pueda Rinpoche tener una vida larga, firme, estable, que podamos ir muy pronto a sus enseñanzas de manera presencial, que pueda visitarnos en cada uno de nuestros lugares muy pronto, como siempre hace, y podamos recibir el néctar de su palabra, las bendiciones de sus enseñanzas. Tuchul chamsin jangon yewe tensin gyompe kun sodo se chosun kurwele montudu ahata sodo jegondu sate. Posees la ética del sabio y sostienes la doctrina del victorioso Manjusri, protegiéndola y extendiéndola, actúas soportándolo todo con firmeza. Realizas con maestría oraciones magníficas que honran a las tres joyas. Eres mi protector y el de los demás discípulos. Ruego que tengas una larga vida. Y por último dedicamos los méritos con todas las oraciones que hemos hecho, la motivación que dio Venerable Paloma, las que he hecho yo, las que puedas tener tú, que estás escuchando. Piensa por unos momentos, unos segundos, tus oraciones personales que quieras hacer, aquellos por los que quieras dedicar y rezar. Yewa di nyududa lama sangye drugyu ne drowa chi chan marupa Deji salago pacho chanchu sencho rinpoche Mage tanan ye yuchi Yewa nyam pame payan Gone gondu peluazo, que por los méritos de estas acciones virtuosas alcance rápidamente el estado de un Buda maestro y lleve a todos los seres sin excepción a ese estado iluminado, Que la suprema joya de la bodhicitta que no ha nacido surja y crezca y que la que ya ha nacido no disminuya, sino que aumente más y más. Pues muy bien, thank you very much, Chenrezig Institute. Muchas gracias a todos. Os recuerdo que el sábado que viene a las 10 de la mañana, Venerable Paloma continúa con esta recitación y a las 9 lo hará Venerable Begoña. Así es que tengáis
muy
buena
bien.
semana. Hello.
Gracias, Fabio. Hello, how are you?
Hello, morning, good evening. Well,
Good
how are
night.
you?
Here, good night. Fine, and you, how are you?
Hola, Dancho.
Hola.
Hello, Paloma. Hello, Fabio.
It
You're
looks
one
like
short.
a little bit cold already, or what?
Yes.
You know what? It's a nippy air these days. Autumn is coming. So, but with autumn come beautiful colors. So that's what you have to remember.
Yes, we are in the weather bardo.
Yes.
It's changing.
But you know, if it's too hot, the thing is, when it's cooler, you can always put something on. But when it's hot, there's only so much you can take off without being arrested. You know what I mean? So, no, but it's true. It's so much easier just to put something else on. But I'm refusing to take the winters then yet. So you know, it's not that cold, but it's just enough to keep you awake.
Okay.
So you lost Begoña this evening.
Yeah, because she's not in Madrid, and because of that, she's in San Sebastian, and she doesn't have internet there. It's just the weekend. Because of that, she couldn't connect. Yeah.
She said, you know what? Fabio's making me work next weekend. I have a weekend off. That's probably what it's all about.
Que el sábado que viene lo hace ella, le he dicho ya.
Eso también es verdad.
Yes.
It's lovely to see you all anyway.
Lovely.
And really confidence there as well.
Everybody.
Thank you, dear.
Much love.
Bye.
Okay, bye-bye, everyone. Bye-bye.
Wow.
Lovely to see you all.
4 nuns and monks. Very nice screen now. Good.
Bless
I
you
never
all.
do photo of us, but it's nice to have. I'm going to do one photo of us. Smile, okay?
Good.
You made a photo.
Oh, she made a photo.
Una captura de pantalla.
Vale.
Only with the Latinos. Anyway.
Ciao.
Lots of love to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
See you next. Well, have next week, Fabio, and I'll see you the week after.
Okay.
All right. Bye-bye. So thank you very much, Chenrezig Institute. Thank you very much, Giovanna Kumpen, for looking after us in the final sessions, should I say. We're nearly done, but not quite. So it's always nice to have the tech support. Thank you very much, everyone who joined Fabio and the gang online on YouTube. I know that they always get a good following around the world from all the Spanish-speaking territories, which is really, really wonderful to see. Same with the Italians and the French, because their languages are so concentrated in time slots. So it's wonderful to see how everybody overcomes the time differences and still joins in. So thank you very much for your continued support. Thank you very much for the tech support. And I have to be mindful because I only got half an hour so that I don't talk too much and then don't get my slot done. So if we take a moment just to refocus the mind, take a few breaths and just if we start with the 4 verses from the King of Prayers. May I ease the suffering in the lower realms and in the many directions and dimensions of the universe. May I guide all wonders in samsara to the pure bliss of awakening and be of worldly benefit to them as well. May I always have the friendship of those whose path is like mine, and with body, words, and also mind, may we practice together the same aspirations and activities. May I always have meet a spiritual mentor and never displease that excellent friend who deeply wishes to help me and expertly teaches the Bodhisattva way. Limitless is the end of space. Likewise, limitless are living beings, thus limitless are karma and affliction. May my aspirations reach be limitless as well. So if you think about those 4 verses, it's also nice and no problem, but what do we actually mean? And I think boiling it right down, it's Shantideva really, with two particular verses. Since I and other beings, both in wanting happiness, are equal and alike, what difference is there to distinguish us, that I should strive to have my bliss alone? Since I and other beings, both in fleeing suffering, are equal and alike, what difference is there to distinguish us, that I should save myself and not the others? So we both wish for happiness. We wish to be free from suffering. And it is within those boundaries that, we all are equal. And, why should we really just, think about ourselves and not be of benefit to others who, like us, wish to be freed? Wouldn't we appreciate that bit of extra effort and help from other beings when we're in difficult times? So if we think about it in those terms, again, it's more pinned down. It's very simple. We all want happiness. We all want to be free from suffering. And wouldn't it be a great gift if we can give that to all beings and have peace and happiness and freedom of suffering to ourselves, not just for our own sake, but for the sake of others. If you visualize in the space in front of us, our guru in the aspect of Chenrezig. If you had the initiations, please feel free to self-generate. Otherwise, visualize the deity just in space in front of your head. So in space in front of you, above the crown of your head. Those of you who follow us from a different spiritual path, just visualize the deity most closely associated with love and compassion. And those of you who do not wish to engage in deities, just visualize a clear light that's filled with love and compassion for all mother sentient beings. Visualize a light radiates from the Guru's body in all 10 directions, across the 6 realms, above, below, and all around. And each light being finding one of the infinite number of mother sentient beings wherever they are, entering their bodies through the crown of their heads and filling them with love and compassion, purifying light nectar, cleansing away all negative karma and delusions of past lifetimes, washing away all the stains and grime that has accumulated, shifting all the weight that we have been carrying. Feel how you start to feel rejuvenated, refreshed, eased. Then look around, look at all the other mother sentient beings. How they rejoice in being cleansed and purified, be freed from all the nastiness of samsara. And again, recognizing that we're all alike in wanting to be free from that suffering. How we all rejoice when we're free of suffering. We recognize that we have caused so much pain through the actions of our body, speech, and mind, being careless in the way we thought, spoke, or acted towards other beings. And in return, we received equal payment and treatment. So we ask our mother sentient beings for forgiveness. Make the pledge that from now on we'll do what we can to engage in wholesome actions to benefit all mother sentient beings. And we might trip up along the way because we have been so used to acting a certain way, so we have to reestablish new habits. But again, if we trip up, don't just say, oh, well, I can't do it. Just carry on, reset, redo, give benefit. We invite our mother sentient beings to join us in taking refuge in the Guru. All sentient beings, my mothers of infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Nakins. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Nakins. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Nakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dhammakaya. Having taken refuge in the Guru and acknowledged our faults and asked Mother sentient beings for forgiveness, the Guru is pleased and the Guru smiles, and as the Guru smiles, we can feel the purifying light nectar intensifying more and more, washing away more and more of the negative karma that we have accumulated. And by doing so, revealing more of our true nature, our Buddha nature, and we begin to glow, radiating light back to the Guru and all Mother sentient beings, who themselves radiate light to the Guru and other sentient beings. We become one with the Guru, we become one with one another. We become one source of love and compassion for all Mother sentient beings, and the more we purify, the more beings join us, the brighter we shine, dispelling the darkness of samsara and ignorance. And as we recite the Mani Mantra, recall again that it's through the action of body, speech, and mind represented by Om that we have created suffering. But we wish to transform into the holy aspect of body, speech, and mind of the Guru, also represented by Om. And in order to do that, we need to acquire wisdom and compassion, Mani and Padma, and combine those in Om to fully transform, to benefit Mother sentient beings to the fullest. As we recite the Mani Mantra, we combine this with the praises to the sublime Chenrezig, so that we acknowledge the suffering across the 6 realms for all Mother sentient beings. I pray to you, Lama Chenrezig, I pray to you, Yidam Chenrezig, I pray to you, most sublime Chenrezig, I pray to you, great refuge and protector Chenrezig. To you I pray, loving protector Chenrezig, please hold us with your compassion, compassionate Buddha, for all beings who have been wandering countless numbers of times in anti-samsara and endure unbearable torments. There is no other refuge than you, great protector. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginner's time under the influence of hatred, one is born in the realm of born in the hells. May all beings who endure the tortures of heat and cold be reborn in your presence, great symbol of perfection. Oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme, oh. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginner's time under the influence of avarice, one is born in the realm of the craving spirits. May our beings who endure the tortures of starvation and thirst be reborn in your presence in the perfect pure land of the Potala. Oh, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme, oh. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginner's time under the influence of ignorance, one is born in the the realm of the animals. May all beings afflicted by the suffering of stupidity and dullness be reborn in your presence, O protector. Om Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani. Om Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginning of time under the influence of desire, one is born in the realm of men. May all beings who endure the pains due to excessive activity and constant frustration be reborn in the perfect pure land of devotion. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani. Om Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginner's time under the influence of jealousy, one is born in the realm of the jealous gods. Jealous demigods. May all beings who endure the pains of fighting and quarreling be reborn in the pure land of the Bodhala. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani. Om Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginner's time under the influence of pride, one is born in the realm of the gods. May all beings who undergo the suffering of transmigration and fall be reborn in the pure land of the Bodhala. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani. Om Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Throughout all my existence, may I, by deeds like those of Chenrezig, also liberate beings in impure places and spread the supreme sound of the sixth spell mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum, throughout the 10 directions. By the power of those praying to you, most sublime one, may all beings who will have to train pay the greater of attention to karma, strive to act virtuously, and practice the Dharma for the sake of all beings. So then now we're now reciting the main prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo. We have time for 3 recitations. If you think about the suffering of the body, the suffering of the speech, suffering of the mind, so 1 recitation for each across the 6 realms. May all the sick be restored to good health. May those who have entered the bardo or are about to enter the bardo be reborn under favorable conditions. May all those who suffer hardships through other means be given whatever resources are required so that they may overcome those hardships and return to a state of happiness that is free from suffering. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as sounds of grass, Bitsunas, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the King's Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all those dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So again, please include all the evil spirits and the interferers, and in your prayers, that these beings may all also be liberated from their suffering and obtain a state of happiness that is free from suffering and ultimately reach enlightenment. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as sounds of grass, Bitsunas, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names therefore beings, so they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. With the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the King's Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as sounds of grass, Bitsunas, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So that concludes the main part of the prayers. If we recite our dedications, we dedicate to our mother sentient beings. May they all live long and healthy lives, long and happy lives. May they encounter the Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we be the cause for them to achieve all this. May we also dedicate in particular to our precious Gurus, who, as I've done so already, may reach enlightenment as quickly as possible. And may we continue to be guided by the wisdom and kindness in this and all future lifetimes. May we particularly dedicate to the long life and well-being of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, a great beacon of love and compassion to all of us. And how fortunate we are to be born in human form so that we can absorb and encounter His Holiness's teachings. May we continue to be guided by His wisdom and kindness in this and all future lifetimes. May all His holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled, and may we see Him one day be reunited with His people in Tibet. May we also dedicate to the long life and well-being of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, who through his kind vision has tasked us with this prayerathon, and by doing so has brought together the global community of the IMI Sangha much, much closer. And we have built bridges that way, and collectively been able to engage in practices to benefit all other sentient beings. And by doing so, we also have been able to reach out to all you wonderful people who've been joining us for the past 63, 64 weeks throughout this prayerathon on Zoom and YouTube, either live or later on as a recording. May Lama Zopa live a long and healthy life. lives, may we always be guided by his wisdom and compassion in this and our future lifetimes. Due to the merits of these virtuous acts, may I quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state, with the supreme jewel of bodhicitta that has not arisen, rise and grow, and may that which has arisen not diminish but increase more and more. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, may all war, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world and all dangers of earth, what I find, be pacified immediately, and may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. So the long life prayers for His Holiness Lama Zopa. Gangri rawe kewe shingamdi pendang deva malu jungwe ne Chenrezig Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer site bodu Thangtong Tübchel Shangxing Yam Gyun Gyalwe Tenzing Kyun Belwe Kun So Do Po Tse Chok Song Kewe Lek Mun Turu Padak Sok Del Je Gundu Shap Ten Sho. Thank you very much, everyone who joined me in this session. Thank you very much for your continued support throughout the day, supporting the previous leads and those still to come. Thank you very much, Chenrezig Institute, for your continued kindness, hospitality, and keeping us on air so diligently for 24 hours. Nice to see Mike. I know he's been around several sessions today with various leads. It's always nice. Thank you very much. And we have Venerable Tenda waiting in the wings to take the next slot. So without further ado, I shall hand over to outgoing director for Nalanda Monastery.
Hello.
And current director IMI.
Yes.
Hello.
I think last night that I can do it on the office, because next week I will hand over the directorship of Nalanda. So then, yeah, I will prepare the desk for the next director. So I will do it from another place. So yeah.
Oh, well, you know, I'm sure they'd still let you into the office.
Nalanda has many beautiful places, so
yes.
I'm having no worries. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Lovely. All right.
How many you have to come still? How many slots?
After I'm doing the one after yours.
Okay.
And then I'm done.
And then you're
done for the week.
Good. Thank you so much for all the things you do.
No worries at all.
And also for the IMI and doing this prayerathons. It's really amazing.
Oh, well, you know.
Thank you so much.
Stop it. You know, I'm not good at all this sort of, you know.
Tea, yes.
I go and grab myself a cup of tea.
English tea.
All right. I see you at the other end, Tenda.
Yes, thank you so much. Hello, who's there from Australia? Hello, Mike. Damche is coming. Who's there in Australia?
Yes.
Ah!
Good evening. Sorry, the light is not good.
My favorite nun. Oh, yeah.
Now it's better.
Yeah. How are you doing?
Good, thank you. How are you?
Good, good. How's the COVID situation in Chenrezig? Can you go out?
Yes, it's no problem here.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, good.
And you, how is it there?
Yeah, it's not a hot topic here. We have to wear a mask in the building, but for the rest, yeah, newcomers have to do one test if they enter the community, at least the residents, but visitors come here just with a mask and can participate. Yeah, so
yes.
Yeah. Unless they stay overnight and they have to do a test. Yeah. But no COVID in the community. So that's for me, it's a miracle that we had so not big problems here with 60, 70 people on a daily basis. So it's really a miracle. Yeah. yeah, maybe all these prayers help. And
I'm sure it helps.
vaccination, I don't know what. Thank you so much. Very nice to see you again. Yeah.
Nice to see you too.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good. Anyway, I want to welcome everyone who is with us online. So wherever you are, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night. So very nice that we can do these prayers together. Lama Zopa Rinpoche says it's a very, very powerful practice. So yeah, so and it's a very big honor and very big, yeah, it makes your life very meaningful if we can do prayers for others. All things are merely labeled by mind. It's all things exist depending on other causes and conditions and are temporarily. So anyway, so but still people can experience this COVID as very heavy, health-wise, emotionally, socially, economically. So, and how we take it depends on our mind. And so it depends if we can practice Dharma, we know how to use our mind in that ways that that we don't suffer from the situation. So, and you say for all these people here on this planet, we do this practice. There's so many people suffering everywhere in Brazil, in South America, in the Arabic countries, in Asia. So yeah, here in Europe it looks better, but also not in all countries. So there's still many people suffering from the COVID situation and the pandemic. Anyway, we do it, of course, for all sentient beings. There's many other diseases. Many people suffer of cancer or other health issues. So there are many people suffer from loneliness. Many people suffer from economical hardships. They have no food or no protection, unsafety. They live in countries which are very unsafe. So we keep all our former mother sentient beings in our mind with while we do this practice. So I still see that on YouTube there's not the correct link yet, but I hope you can find the text. I will see, like, if it's able for me to add it to the screen. Anyway, the practice starts with taking refuge. I'm looking for the text myself. Vajraspitama CD. So it's a short practice. It consists of 4 elements, actually, to start with our motivation, because that's the most important thing for every activity we do. If we have a very selfish motivation, it's not so spiritual, there's not big benefit. We do it already that we want to have a good next birth, so we have we want to have an ethical life. We have this motivation that we want to do more good than bad. That's already very good spiritual motivation. If we can even extend it to taking refuge with the idea that we really want to be liberated from all our problems, not only the ones who are manifesting in our lives at this moment, but also all the potential dangers we still face. That our mind comes under the control of serious anger, jealousy, or delusions, and that we will create more negative karma, and that samsara will continue again and again. So when we have this motivation to end our personal samsara, that we take strong renunciation, that is even better and more fast and profound refuge. And if we do it even with the motivation that we want to bring all sentient beings at the end to enlightenment, that we want to use whatever we have also for the benefit of others, and we want to develop, we have the strong wish to develop our mind towards other potential. We have this Buddha potential. So that's, of course, the most fast and incredible motivation we can have as vulnerable sentient beings that have vulnerable minds. So the first is the motivation. That we do the mantras on Mani Padme Hum, mantra of Buddha compassion. Then we do the prayers of Thangtong Gyalpo, and then we do the dedications. So yeah, so we can invite our guru or a teacher. If you have no guru, you can choose for His Holiness the Dalai Lama. Or any Buddha Shakyamuni, you can visualize Buddha Shakyamuni in front of you. And then we take a refuge. Prayers like this. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Guru Jidams and the Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the Buddha, precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Guru Jidams and the Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. We visualize all sentient beings from all universes around us, also animals in the form of humans. Generally, we visualize males on our right side, females on our left side. Our friends, those we are attached to, those people who help us, sponsors, and so forth, behind us, and in front of us, those people we have difficulties with, or we think they are evil. So we visualize all those sentient beings around us, people like who have lived on the planet, like Stalin, Hitler, Mao Zedong, Fidel, those and dictators like Idi Amin. They have killed many sentient beings. So they are in front of us. So we take also refuge on behalf of all of them, because everyone wants at the end no suffering, and they want happiness. But they didn't find the right way. They didn't find the right method. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Guru Jidams and the Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. You will see this very interesting last one. Go for refuge also to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya, so our own potential. So have this very big love, compassion, bodhicitta, and the ultimate wisdom that things don't exist inherently. So one time more, all sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Guru Jidams and the Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. So it's so fascinating, actually, already this motivation, like we go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. So of course we had Buddha Shakyamuni on this planet. We still benefit from all his teachings, but we did not meet him. Now we have other gurus who we can see as one with Guru Shakyamuni, who know the whole tradition, who are so wise, who have practiced for many lifetimes, like His Holiness the Dalai Lama, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, and others. We practiced already for many lifetimes, and they have reached Buddhaship themselves, of Buddhahood, but at least very high states of. They show all the time their altruism. Then we go to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. So Dharma, the qualities. At the end, our own qualities, like the love and compassion, the things, all the good qualities which are helpful for enlightenment. And the qualities we still also don't have developed, the Dharma, the text, and the Sangha. So we are not alone. We have always support from other people who follow the path. And also we have to go for to the Guru, Jidams, and the Kinis. We don't know in how many ways they are helpful on this planet. All these gurus, all these Jidams and the Kinis, they have only one wish: to help all our mother sentient beings. It's so incredible. So while we visualize all the sentient beings around us, from all universes, and the Buddha in front of us, we visualize that on a moon disc at his heart is the syllables of Mani Padme Hum. You can visualize them in Tibetan, you can visualize them also in Western letters. Om Mani Padme Hum. So from the light rays of this Om Mani Padme Hum goes to all directions, like giving blessings and purification to all sentient beings, wherever they are. They touch all sentient beings. They have the wish to benefit all sentient beings. And on their openness of their hearts, and they can sense it. So then we can do the mantra ourselves, Om Mani Padme Hum, and also the prayer wheel, which contains also millions of mantras. It's that. I did not check. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. We will also listen to Lama Zopa Rinpoche, which is a big blessing, but you can do it in your own rhythm. And rejoice that we're all together, sending blessings to all sentient beings. So we can keep the visualization to the actual prayer. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. It's the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Do 2 times more this prayer. May all the diseases that set in the minds of certain beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, or other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body of mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have the radiance of power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Last time. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health and well-being by the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So finally, we do some dedications because we created all these prayers. So, by the way, we can visualize that our guru dissolves into light and enters our heart by the crown of our head and enters down to our heart, and that we become one in essence of our guru, its body, speech, and mind. All the blessings of these prayers. This big love, big compassion, this wisdom, this vast mind. Finally, we can dedicate to the long and healthy lives of all our teachers. We've only very few minutes, so we do not extensive dedication like Lama Zopa Rinpoche used to do. So first place we dedicate to the long and healthy lives. We hope that as many of our mother sentient beings will be in touch with His Holiness, with Lama Zopa Rinpoche, and other holy beings on this planet, that they get the teachings, that they get all the instructions they need to reach enlightenment. So may they have a long life, may they be able to give a lot of teachings and instructions. And may all their wishes be fulfilled. May they be able to travel to all countries on this planet, especially Tibet, all Asian countries, Russia, all other African countries, and so forth. Like may the Buddha Dharma spread everywhere due to these holy beings, and also for all other Dharma practitioners all over the world. May they have a long and healthy life. May they act only according to the Dharma. We do virtuous activities with their mind, body, and speech, especially also for our IMI Sangha. And of course, we did this practice for everyone who lost their lives due to COVID. May they find a good, precious human rebirth. Also, everyone in the Bombardo, whatever reasons they had, that they lost their body, may they get a rebirth in the Pure Land, or again as human beings, so that they can continue their spiritual life. That they can use a life to reach enlightenment. And for everyone else on this planet, everyone who needs, we ask us as monks and nuns to pray for them. And personally, I would like to dedicate for an aunt of mine. She's not actually an aunt, but I called her when I was young aunt. She died. I did not see her the past 50 years, but in my youth I saw her regularly. And that's it, Aunt Jikke. So she died in the Netherlands. I hope she gets a very good rebirth. So anyway, I don't know who's my successor.
Have a guess.
Oh, have a guess. Was it okay?
Yes, sure. Yeah, I've taken some notes. No, bless you. No, I love that, that prayer really got there. It's just, it's good to spin, isn't it?
Yes, yeah. And it's so nice to do this practice. So. Hope many people are with you. And anyway, we'll see each other tomorrow morning at the teaching Namdak here in the monastery.
Yes. So if we're still alive tomorrow, we shall meet. What was it in Julius Caesar? If we meet again, we shall smile. If not, this parting was well done. So, but go by the average. See you tomorrow, Tenda.
All
right. Thank you very much.
Ciao. Yeah, and good luck, and thank you so much as well.
No worries. Thank you very much. That was Venerable Tenda, Director of Nalanda Monastery. outgoing, but he's still our director for the International Mahayana Institute. So yeah, so it was nice to see him take some time out of his busy schedule and join prayerathon. And it's also very nice to see when you come from on the other side there. And I noticed earlier when you were taken on, you rushed to draw that curtain, and I thought, why? And then because behind, with the sun behind, it was like this sort of, you know, this halo around your head. And I thought, okay, she doesn't want to have a halo. Fair enough, you know. But no, cock. Well, you know, it's I think there was clever lighting, wasn't it, in Bohemian Rhapsody? They had a backlit and you only saw the three and they looked like an angel. But it's great. So we're nearly done, eh? What is it, another 2.5 hours roughly? And then you can rejoice and focus on other duties. So bless. Yeah, so we got 2.5 hours to go after this session. So yeah, thank you very much everyone who's joined. And it's the day has gone quickly. 24 hours, it goes so fast. And it's been a real pleasure to cut across the time zones again and meet so many of the Sangha and so many of the supporters who join the leads. So it's definitely always a great motivator to carry on when you sometimes think like, oh, crikey, you know, how much longer can you you know, as a project can this go? But prayerathon has gone from strength to strength. And yes, okay, we might have occasionally have a little glitch when people are on retreats or teachings are taking place. But it's also a good time to rejoice that these teachings are actually taking place, so that teachings are being given by the leads. So it's wonderful that we have this really tight-knit little network, and I'm sure that and we'll can confirm that there is this steady stream of leads who are there pretty much week in, week out, and then we get a few who, because of other commitments, can only come in sporadically on longer regular basis. And then so yeah, it's just wonderful. But it's also nice to see so many regulars on check in on YouTube and Facebook. So thank you very much. We had Fernando, Anna, I know you're regular. Bess, Jeannie was here, and of course all the Spanish contingent. And it's really, really wonderful, you know, to have you all here and you know, have that community feel that you helped generate over the last year. So thank you very much to that. For that. Yeah, so that was the thing. See, my English is falling down the drain. Okay, so if we take a moment and just refresh our mind, just take a few breaths to clear any sort of disturbing thoughts, particularly after all my chatter that might sort of linger. Well, not disturbing, interrupting thoughts, I should say. And if we think about the 3 levels of motivation, again, is a good way to check against whether you're starting off in the morning, whether you're halfway through the day, or in my case, where the day comes to an end. So it's good to set the tone for the day and then cross checks and then adjustments. Today, as much as possible, I will harm no living beings with the actions of my body, speech, or mind. And again, you know, let's read it for what it is. Today, as much as possible. You know, we go with motivation, because we go like, I will not do any of such things. And then if we do one thing wrong, it's very easy to then beat ourselves up and feel like we lost it. What's the point of carrying on? We're not perfect, but we're working on getting there. So, you know, if we trip up, we acknowledge, we reset the clock as much as possible. Yeah. Acknowledge when you feel a bit off. Today, as much as possible, I will seek to benefit others in whatever way I can. Today, as much as possible, I will generate bodhicitta. May all the actions of my body, speech, and mind be imbued with this profound motivation. So if you're setting out, set yourself reasonable milestones in the day. If you find, checking at lunchtime is too late, if you notice you trip up somewhere along the way between now and lunchtime, then adjust it. Then at lunchtime, you check how many corrections you may have made. Then you can check in the evening how many corrections you had to make in the afternoon and how did that compare to the morning? How did you prevail? Just don't give up. So, yes. So we recognize that all sentient beings like ourselves do not wish to be in a state of suffering, but we all wish to be happy. And may we be the cause for all other sentient beings to be happy, especially after through wrong thinking, speech, and action, we have contributed to the suffering in this world. And we have been at the receiving end of that as well. So let's recognize that we all want to be happy and free of suffering. So we make the pledge that, as far as our habits and skill levels are concerned, we will do what we can to improve on that and be of benefit to other sentient beings. If we don't know how we can be of benefit, we can always ask. Often a smile, is an easy way to start. Just smile more. Smile at yourself, smile at people. Be kind, be polite. Little things matter in this world. If you visualize in the space in front of us our Guru in the aspect of Chenrezig, if you had the initiations, please feel free to self-generate. If not, just visualize the deity in the space in front above the crown of your head. Anyone following us from a different faith, just visualize the deity most closely associated with love and compassion. And those of you who do not wish to engage in deities, just visualize a clear light and let the light be filled with love and compassion for all beings. Light radiates from the Guru's body in all 10 directions, each light being found in one of the infinite number of mother sentient beings wherever they are, filling their bodies with love and compassion by entering their bodies through the crown of their heads, washing away all negative karma and delusions. You feel the purifying taking place within. There's more and more of the karmic dirt and grime is being removed and the stains. More of our true nature, Buddha nature is revealed. And we rejoice. Looking at all mother sentient beings, we can see that the beings themselves are happy with this rejuvenation and cleansing purification process. And we invite all mother sentient beings to join us in taking refuge. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Akinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the Gurus, Siddhams, and Akinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Akinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. Having called on mother sentient beings to join us in taking refuge, the Guru is pleased that so many have answered the call. The Guru smiles, the Guru smiles. Purification is taking place, and we begin to radiate light back to the Guru, into all mother sentient beings, exchanging ourselves with the Guru and the others. And we all become one within the Guru, and we keep on reciting the Vani mantra. And while we do that, we keep on visualizing how we exchange ourselves with the Guru and other sentient beings. More and more purifying light nectar is entering our body, and we begin to glow more and more and become one bright light. And we all merge into one with the Guru, one source of love and compassion for all mother sentient beings. Again, we recognize it was through the action of body, speech, and mind represented by Om that so much suffering has been caused. And Om represents also the holy aspect of body, speech, and mind of the Guru. In order to transform onto that level, we need to acquire wisdom and compassion and combine those in Om. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Padme Hum, Mani 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 Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, 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 Oh, mani vedu, mani vedu, mani vedu, mani vedu, mani vedu. Oh, mani vedu, mani vedu, mani vedu, mani vedu, mani vedu, mani vedu, mani vedu. Oh, mani padme hum, oh, mani padme hum, oh, mani padme hum. I've recited many mantras after having acknowledged our faults and asked forgiveness from other sentient beings. We made the pledge that from now on to engage in more wholesome actions, the benefit of other sentient beings, may we visualize ourselves as pure and holding on to the pure state for as long as we possibly can for the next few seconds, minutes, hours, days, or longer, depending on your skill. Maybe now recite the main prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo. You can go for 3 recitations for body, speech, and mind. And we recite these prayers across the 6 realms for all sources of suffering to stop, particularly within the human realm, the pandemic and other sources of suffering that do exist. With the sick, be restored to good health. May those who have suffered loss of life be reborn under favorable conditions, and those who are in the process of dying, may they have an easy passing and a swift rebirth under favorable conditions. May all those who suffered hardships be given whatever resources are required to be restored to good, happy presence in their lives, so that they can take care of themselves, their families, and friends, and the community at large, and all other sentient beings. May all the diseases set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass pits and illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names differ beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified, and may the body, mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. With the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the house of grass, Bitsunias, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of whose names deaf are beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings now due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled one last time. May all the disease that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, Bitsunias, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, in the sound of whose names, therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. With the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay. Dedications. Yes. Got a bit of time. So what we're going to do, we also recite the Shantideva's prayer. It's a lovely prayer, and if you probably, well, will have heard it. If you haven't heard it before, it's very, very comforting, I find, in many ways. And it's also one of His Holiness's favorite prayers. May all beings everywhere, plagued by suffering of body and mind, obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled, with the mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored on finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, and those weak with sorrow find joy. May the forlorn find hope, constant happiness, and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests, and may medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments, whatever diseases there are in the world. May they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid, and those bound be freed. And the powerless find power, and may people think of benefiting each other. For as long as space remains, for as long as sentient beings remain, until then may I too remain to dispel the miseries of the world. We dedicate all our merits to the benefit of all other sentient beings. May all sentient beings be free from suffering and its causes, and may they enjoy the happiness that is free from suffering. May all sentient beings achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible, live long and healthy lives, and may we be the cause for them to achieve all this. May we dedicate to the long and healthy life of all our brothers and sisters in the Sangha community, not just our own tradition, but all traditions, for keeping the flame of the Dharma alive and protecting the traditions of Buddha Shakyamuni, particularly the Tibetan tradition. And may they never be separated from the teachings, virtuous friends, and may they achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of all our wonderful supporters in the lay community who freely give their time, expertise, and financial support to ensure that Dharma centers and projects can flourish and the Dharma spread to those who wish to engage with it. May they all live long and healthy lives, never be separated from the Sangha, the teachings, and virtuous friends, and may they always be filled with love and compassion and find enlightenment in this in all future lifetimes. May we dedicate to our precious gurus who, if they haven't done so already, may achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible and continue to guide us in this in all future lifetimes, to continue on the path and to engage in virtuous actions to benefit all other sentient beings. May we particularly dedicate to the long life of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, who was a great beacon of hope and compassion, is shining bright in these turbulent times. And we should count ourselves as fortunate to be born in human form so that we can engage and understand the teachings that He's sharing with us in this lifetime. May we always benefit from His wisdom and guidance in this and our future lifetimes. May all His holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled, and may we see Him one day be reunited with His people in Tibet. May we also dedicate to the long life and well-being of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, who through his kind vision has engaged us in these practices of the prayerathon and Thangtong Gyalpo to benefit all other sentient beings, and by doing so has brought the community of the IMI Sangha much closer together as a global family. And may we continue to act as a family and benefit other sentient beings for many, many years to come. Not necessarily just in this prayerathon, but in other forms, may we continue to be in harmony and benefit all other sentient beings. Due to all these merits, it's been a long day. Due to the merits of these virtuous actions, may I quickly turn the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of bodhicitta that has not arisen, arise and grow. May that which has arisen not diminish, but increase more and more. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numbers Buddhas, the numbers sentient beings, may all war, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, wind be pacified immediately, and may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may all sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numbers Buddhas and numbers sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. So the long life prayers for His Holiness and Lama Zopa. Gangri rawe kewe jingam die pendang dewa malu chungwe ne Chenrezig Institute Gyatso yi shape site badu ten yu chi. Tutsil chang jing yam gyun gewe ten zing belwe kun zo do po tse chok zong kewe lek mun tu du. Thank you very much, everyone who joined us, join me in this session, for continuing to support Prayerathon and to support all the wonderful leads throughout. My gratitude to everyone in front of the camera who has contributed all the wonderful leads, all the wonderful people in the background, the multimedia team, the people in the office who make sure that we can function, and all the wonderful people who do support those in the back offices so that we may carry on. And it's lovely to see Venerable Yeshe. She was so keen to get on prayerathon this weekend after a short break. She said, "Oh, can I get on the 7 o'clock slot?" And 7 o'clock Aussie time. So yeah, it's always good to do something before breakfast, isn't it? Anyway, lovely to see you again.
And you, good morning, good morning, good morning, or good evening there.
Good morning, good evening. You know, I don't even know what time it is anymore, but you know, no, it's not true.
No,
But
it's
no,
lovely to be back.
Yes, no, it's good to have you back. And quite a few changes coming in with Chokila moving on, isn't she? She's going west.
Yes.
You know.
Yes, she is. She's going west, and that'll be just a wonderful boon for Hayagriva Centre and for Tara Centre in Bunbury. They will have you know, it'll be wonderful for them. They haven't had a resident teacher there right through COVID. So for them, it will be absolutely wonderful. Great loss for us, but you know, fortunately, we do have a few other teachers here.
Yes.
But it'll be really, really wonderful for Hayagriva and Tara Centre for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Chokila had quite an energy, didn't she? Or she still has it.
Does.
She's just she's just one little treasure trove. And,
she's the driver of the bus.
Yes, absolutely. I always called her the hen, didn't I? So, you know, cooping her wings around everyone, making sure everyone's okay. That's what it felt like from here. And I really felt like she was doing that out here as well.
Yeah, wonderful.
So, yeah, she said she will be sorely missed you. But luckily for Person, I think she may continue. So hopefully, but yeah, she said it's wonderful that other centers have the opportunity to have her on site. And and gain from her wisdom and knowledge. Anyway.
Most definitely.
Yeshila,
okay.
I'll hand over to you. Thank you very so much. And I see you all next week. Lots of love to everyone. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Wonderful, wonderful. Vendancho does this tirelessly week after week, and it is very, very precious. So thank you very much, Damchala, and we'll see you again next week. So yes, it's a good morning here. Sunny, breezy, blue sky, sunshine. Yes, I've had a short break, but it's lovely to be back. It's morning. And we'll just take a moment to think about today and how we go about today with our family, friendships, community. And just take this moment to share and reflect on the insights, experiences and wisdom of others. Remind ourselves of how blessed we all are. In the world around us, there are many who are suffering and face immediate and present dangers, harrowing hardships and the gravest of challenges. Now's the time to focus our thoughts of compassion and practice loving kindness to ourselves, but especially to all of those around us. Keeping our parents, teachers, gurus, friends, enemies, strangers in mind, wish the thought that we all be well. May we all be happy and may we all have peace in our lives. May no one come to harm and may we harm no one. May we all have patience, courage, understanding and determination to meet and overcome inevitable difficulties, problems and failures in life. So we'll start with the motivation of the swift fulfillment of wishes, independence on the Great Jetson Tsongkhapa, written by Thangtong Rinpoche. And in this short prayer, we're asked to remember that when we recite the line, please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled, that we really focus that all our wishes are towards all sentient beings and that we are generating that mind of bodhicitta, compassion towards all sentient beings, be free from suffering. Supreme embodiment of the wisdom and compassion of all the victorious ones of the 3 times, manifesting as a monk wearing the 3 saffron robes, the spontaneous exalted wisdom Dharmakaya possessing the 5 bodies. To you, Jetsun Losang Drapa, I make request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. With the nature of primordially pure, clear light, uninterrupted natural expression of the complete Sambhogakaya, great being who unifies body and mind, to you, Jetsun Losang Drapa, I make request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Displaying an array of manifold Namanikaya emanations, appropriate to the limitless living beings, equaling the expanse of space, to you, Jetsun Losang Drapa, I make request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Through the power of having made single-pointed requests to you, may all the unfortunate natural manifestations of the degenerate age, illness, famine, quarrelling, epidemic disease, graha spirits, interferers, and so forth be pacified. Then, when I request that the excellent collection of conducive conditions increase, please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Having completely cleared away the darkness of ignorance and confusion, and fully developed the illumination of supreme intelligence, virtuous friend who causes the 100-petal lotus of the scriptural tradition to bloom, the sun radiating benefit and happiness, to you I make request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Since I and others, the assembly of faithful disciples, have no other Lord of refuge to turn to for hope, when we make requests in all successions of day and night, please bless us that the Guru's blessings may enter our minds. Also, at the end of this life, may I see you, glorious Losang Drapa, along with your retinue, and immediately have a vision of you saying reassuringly, Son, go to the celestial realm of Tushita. Care for me with your compassion, precious Guru. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Keeping that in mind, we'll begin the Vajra speech of Master Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as liberating Sakya from disease. This is the wonderful prayer that we have been doing under Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche's advice now to ease the pandemic. And as it does ease around the world and in other places, it's still raging, which is really unfortunate, and we'll continue to do this prayer until it subsides week after week. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Now we'll do 3 mala recitations of Om Mani Padme Hum, and really focusing on Chenrezig and our desire of generating compassion for all sentient beings as we recite these, and keeping that in our hearts and in our minds. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme. Now we'll do 3 recitations of the actual prayer together. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And we'll do 3 more malas of Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. In the actual prayer, we'll do that 3 times together. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And back to Mala recitations. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om. And our last round of recitations of the actual prayer before we move on from there. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And sealing the merits with emptiness. Due to all the past, present and future merits collected by me and all the merits of the 3 times collected by numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. May the precious Supreme Bodhicitta not yet born arise, may that arisen not decline but increase more and more. To the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, incomparably kind and supreme Tenzin Gyatso, may you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Saviour of the land of snow teachings and transmigratory beings, who extensively clarifies the path that unifies emptiness and compassion, to the lotus holder Tenzin Gyatso I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for the long life of our precious spiritual leader, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplishes magnificent prayers, honouring the 3 sublime ones, Saviour of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Thank you.
Thank you. It's Tendrin here.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm just fine. So,
where are you?
I'm in Florida in the United States.
Oh wow. Okay.
So
and is it mean nighttime, morning?
Well, it's evening. Yes.
Evening.
So, yeah. So yeah. So we're at the opposite ends.
We are. Lovely.
Good to see you.
And you have a lovely, lovely session and a wonderful, wonderful evening.
All right. Thank you. You too. See you next week.
Hopefully, yes. Thank you.
All right. So let's refresh our visualization. Really try to imagine that you're sitting here and surrounded by all sentient beings, which is pretty easy to imagine since we live on a round surface. So just imagine a map of the earth with all sentient beings spreading out on this world, all the insects and the fish, all the different countless types of sentient beings sitting here in the form of human beings with us. We're leading them in these prayers, and we're saying these prayers on their behalf. So imagine that your mother of this life is on your left, your father of this life is on your right, your partner, your siblings, your children are close behind you, all their loved ones, your Dharma community and all their loved ones, your friends, your co-workers, all the people of your life sitting here with you. The people you have difficulty with, put them in the special place in front, wishing them also happiness, no suffering. And in particular, bring to mind all those that you personally know are suffering from this pandemic, all those you've heard about, all those around the world, in the various ways we've all been struggling from this pandemic, from the illness itself to worrying about those with the illness, trying to help those with the illness, the isolation, all the supply shortages due to this pandemic. And in the meanwhile, we've had all the sufferings of the elements, wildfires and floods and hurricanes and earthquakes and volcanoes. And then just the general sufferings of samsara. So really try to feel the presence of all these beings, which were interconnected, interdependent. Which we share the karma to share this planet. And imagine in the space in front arises Shakyamuni Buddha. Seated on a large jeweled throne, supported by 8 great lions. He's the essence of our own root gurus. The color of his holy body is the purest gold. He has a Upanisha on the top of his head, 1 face, 2 arms. His right hand is in the mudra of controlling the earth. His left in the mudra of concentration, holding an alms bowl full of nectar. He's wearing the saffron robes of a monk. His body is in the nature of transparent light. And he sits in the Vajra posture in the center of an aura of light rays. So just try to feel the presence of Shakyamuni Buddha, the enlightened mind with us. And surrounding him are the direct and indirect gurus, yidams, buddhas, bodhisattvas, heroes, dakinis, and host of Dharma protectors and guardians. In front of each of these holy beings, on a faultless throne, sits the Dharma. It's explained by them in the form of text, having the nature of light. So try to feel very strongly that you're in the presence of all your teachers, enlightened beings, who understand and accept us just as we are, and who strongly wishes to help us reach the state beyond sorrow. We all know that's all that Lama Zopa Rinpoche wishes for us. And he guides us with practices and the ways of thinking in order to lead us in the right direction. And in order to ensure that we create the causes for happiness, the causes to meet our teachers in future lives. How wonderful that is, how fortunate we are. And at this moment, by doing this practice, following the advice of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, it's the best thing we can offer, the best gift we can offer our teachers is following their advice. So we've got this perfect human rebirth with all of its leisures and opportunities. And we're using it in a meaningful way by putting into practice his advice. So while we are not enlightened, while we're ordinary sentient beings, we must rely on the teachings of the Guru, on the Buddha, on the Dharma. So we can recite the motivation from this text, the Vajra speech of Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as liberating Shakya from disease. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the assembly of, I just read that. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Now imagine that the refuge field dissolves into light, absorbing up into Guru Shakyamuni Buddha. Shakyamuni Buddha comes to the crown of our heads. We're surrounded by countless sentient beings with countless Buddhas above their heads, radiating golden light, pouring this purifying light through the crowns of our head, filling us with only the causes of happiness, eliminating the causes of suffering. When Shakyamuni Buddha dissolves into light, comes through the crown of our heads, and resides happily at our heart. So now imagine that in the space in front, a 1,000-armed Chenrezig arises. Chenrezig is the embodiment of all the infinite Buddha's compassionate wisdom. He stands on a lotus and moon seat. His body is in the nature of white light, youthful and decorated with magnificent ornaments. So while we recite the mantra of great compassion, Om Mani Padme Hum, we can visualize rays of light emanating from Chenrezig's heart, reaching the hearts of all sentient beings surrounding us, all sentient beings in the 10 directions, bringing that compassionate wisdom, bringing us everything that we need for all temporary and ultimate happiness. So really bring strongly to mind anyone that you have a strong karmic connection with, that you're concerned for. Really imagine that you're surrounded by all the sentient beings, even the beings in the bardo. And remember that we are reciting this on their behalf. The advice of our teacher. So we'll recite the mantra for about 5 minutes. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. So rejoice that we've been engaging in enlightened activity of Chenrezig, visualizing these rays of light reaching all sentient beings. So we'll recite this prayer upon their behalf. So again, really bring to mind anyone you're particularly concerned for from this pandemic or from any sufferings of samsara. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and abhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now let's recite the swift fulfillment of wishes and dependence on great Jetsun Tsongkhapa. Another prayer that Lama Zopa Rinpoche said would be of benefit at this time. Namo Guru, supreme embodiment of the wisdom and compassion of all the victorious ones of the three times, manifesting as a monk wearing the three saffron robes, the spontaneously exalted wisdom Dharmakaya, possessing the five bodies. To you, Jetsun Losang Drakpa, I make request. Please bless us that our wishes be swiftly fulfilled. With a nature of primordially pure, clear light, uninterrupted natural expression of the complete Sambhogakaya, great being who unifies body and mind, to you, Jetsun Losang Drakpa, I make request. Please bless us that our wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Displaying an array of manifold Nirmanakaya emanations appropriate to the limitless living beings, equaling the expanse of space. To you, Jetsun Losang Drakpa, I make request. Please bless us that our wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Through the power of having made single-pointed requests to you, may all the unfortunate natural manifestations of the degenerate age, illness, famine, quarreling, epidemic disease, graha spirits, interferers, and so forth, be pacified. Then, when I request that the excellent collection of conducive conditions increase, please bless us that our wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Having completely cleared away the darkness of ignorance and confusion, and fully developed the illumination of supreme intelligence, virtuous friend who causes the 100-petaled lotus of the scriptural tradition to bloom, the sun radiating benefit and happiness, to you I make requests. Please bless us that our wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Since I and others, the assembly of faithful disciples, have no other Lord of refuge to turn to for hope, when we make request in all the 6 sessions of day and night, please bless us that the Guru's blessings may enter our minds. Also, at the end of this life, may I see you, glorious Losang Drakpa, along with your retinue, and immediately have a vision of you saying reassuringly, son, go to the celestial realm of Tushita. Care for me with your compassion, precious Guru. Please bless us that our wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Okay, so we can visualize that thousand-armed Chenrezig dissolves into light, absorbs into us, blessing our body, speech, and mind, with his holy body, speech, and mind. We'll continue with some dedications. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Please bless us that the lives of the glorious Gurus be long, that all beings equaling the extent of space be happy. Then I and others without exception collect merit and purify obscurations, and that we quickly achieve Buddhahood. Because of all the merits of the 3 times created by us, all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas and other sentient beings, may there be no wars, famines, disease, quarreling, fighting, or unhappy minds. May there be great prosperity, and may everything needed be easily obtained. May everyone have perfect conditions and have only compassion and love for each other in their mind streams, and may they only benefit and never harm each other. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by us, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings who exist but are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who exist but am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which exists but is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who exist but are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, if necessary, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. And for the long, healthy, happy lives of our teachers, for His Holiness, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world. To the incomparably kind Chenrezig Gyatso, I beseech, may you have a long life and may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And then for our precious Lama Zopa Rinpoche, for his long, healthy, happy life. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who service the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjana's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the three rare sublime ones. Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. So hello, Venerable. Thank you, Patty. Thanks,
Hello. Nice to see you again.
Yes, nice to see you too. I hope you've had a meaningful week.
I have the heck of a week.
Very good. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I am. Sri Lanka is in sort of like a chaos, so I'm, yeah.
Yeah. All right.
The prayers are good. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
So good morning from Melbourne. I'd like to just take a moment to settle the mind and establish a proper motivation for the prayers that we are going to do for the next while, for the next hour that I'll be reciting. And yeah, just connect with your breath and settle your body and mind. Just recalling why we are doing these prayers, why it is necessary for us to do these prayers today, as we've been doing for the last so many weeks, to transform the very challenging situations that the world is facing on many fronts. Just understanding that all these things come about through causes and conditions, that we ourselves have the power to transform that. We do these purifying prayers and activities, benefit all. So just to strengthen our motivation, I'd like to start by transforming suffering life into happiness, a prayer that Rinpoche has recommended that we do every day. So it is still relatively morning in Melbourne. So I would like to, it doesn't matter what time of the day, it's still very tremendously inspiring. It's about each day how we can transform all of our activities, daily activities, just ordinary activities, by having a strong motivation and intention, holding that in our mind with whatever we engage in through the day. And that becomes the cause for Buddhahood. It transforms our suffering, and temporarily it becomes the causes for happiness, and then ultimately takes us to Buddhahood. Essence encompassing all the Buddhas, originator of all holy Dharma of scripture and realization, principle of all the areas intending virtue, in the glorious holy Gurus, I take refuge. Please, Gurus, bless my mind to become Dharma, Dharma to become the path, and the path to be without obstacles. Until I achieve Buddhahood, please bless me to be like youthful Nosang and Bodhisattva always crying, incorrectly following the virtuous friend with pure thought and action, seeing whatever is done as pure and accomplishing whatever is said and advised. Please bless me to see this greatly meaningful body with freedoms and richnesses is difficult to find and easily perishes. that action and result are so profound, and that the sufferings of the evil gone transmigratory beings are so difficult to bear. Therefore, please bless me to take refuge from the depths of my heart in the three rare sublime ones, to abandon negative karma and to accomplish virtue according to Dharma. In dependence upon that, even if I achieve the mere higher rebirth of a deva or human, I will still have to experience suffering endlessly in samsara because of not having abandoned and not being under the control of the disturbing thought obscurations. Therefore, please bless me to reflect well upon the way of circling in samsara and to continuously follow day and night the path of the three types of precious trainings, the principal method for becoming free from samsara. In dependence upon that, even if I achieve mere liberation, since there is no sentient being of the six types who has not been my father and mother, please bless me to think I must fulfill their purpose and turn away from the lower happiness of nirvana. Then please bless me to generate precious bodhicitta by equalizing and exchanging myself with others, and to follow the conduct of the conqueror's sons, the six paramitas, and so forth. Having trained my mind in the common path in this way, I will not be upset, even if I have to experience the sufferings of samsara for a long time. However, please bless me to look at sentient beings with extraordinary unbearable compassion, and to enter the quick path of the Vajrayana teachings. Then please bless me to protect my vows and samayas more than my life, and to quickly accomplish the unified Vajradhara state in one brief lifetime of these degenerate times. May I not give rise to heresy for even a second in regard to the actions of the glorious Guru. May I see whatever actions are done as pure. With this devotion, may I receive the Guru's blessings in my heart. Magnificent and precious root Guru, please abide on the lotus seat at my heart. Guide me with your great kindness and grant me the realizations of your holy body, speech, and mind. See, we can briefly meditate on the Guru entering our heart at this point. That how fortunate it is that we have the guidance of a Guru. And I'm very personally, very aware, coming from Sri Lanka, that people cry out for a teacher and they don't have the circumstances to meet with the Mahayana teachings and to be guided by a qualified teacher just yet. So I really rejoice in our fortune. Determined to obtain the greatest possible benefit from all sentient beings who are more precious than a wish-fulfilling jewel, I shall hold them most dear at all times. May I become like a wish-granting jewel, fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish-granting tree, fulfilling all the hopes of transmigratory beings. For the sake of accomplishing the true purposes of all sentient beings, without any sense of loss or concern, I give away my body and likewise my enjoyments, such as food and clothing, and even all my virtues accumulated over the three times. By abandoning attachment and giving everything away, I will pass beyond sorrow, and my mind will achieve the non-abiding sorrowless state, the state of omniscience. Since I will have to give up everything all at once when I die, it's best for me to give it away to sentient beings, because Buddhahood is attained in that way. As I have already given this body, an impure aggregate, to all beings to use for their pleasure, even if they always kill me, criticize me, beat me, and so forth, I will let them do whatever they like. From now on, whether they play games with my body or make it an object of laughter by ridiculing and making fun of it to hurt me, since I have already given this body of mine to sentient beings, why would I resist by protecting it and so forth? I will also use it to do any virtuous action that doesn't harm and benefits others. Whenever any sentient being encounters me, may it never be meaningless for them and always be meaningful. Whenever someone has an angry or devotional thought arise just by looking at me, may that attitude alone become a cause that always accomplishes all the temporary and ultimate purposes of that being. Whenever others criticize me with their speech, harm me with their bodies, or likewise insult me behind my back, may all of them have the fortune to achieve great enlightenment. May I be a savior for those who lack a savior, a guide for all the beings who enter a road, a boat, a ship, and a bridge for those who want to cross the water. May I be an island for those who seek the safe shore of an island, a light for those who want a light, bedding for those who wish for bedding, and for all beings who desire a servant, may I become a servant of them all. May I be a wish-granting jewel and a wish-fulfilling vase, giving rise to whatever is desired, such as food and clothing, powerful mantra accomplishing the actions of pacification, increase, and so forth, great medicine curing every sickness, a wish-fulfilling tree satisfying every need, and a wish-granting cow for all beings. Like the four great elements, the earth and so forth, and like the sky, may I always be a means of living in every way for the innumerable sentient beings. Likewise, may I be a means of living at all times and in all ways for the realms of sentient beings, equaling the extent of space until they all attain the sorrowless state. As long as space remains, as long as transmigratory beings remain, until then, may I too remain to dispel the sufferings of transmigratory beings. So we'll just sit with that, the implications of this prayer. And I have to say, in terms of giving away your body and not caring if you've been ill-treated, the nuance interpretation of that we don't become a doormat, that we tolerate injustices, being disregarded. There is that thing of building up our own self-worth. And from that point of confidence, we are truly able to put these aspirations into practice, not to be misunderstood, that we have to tolerate every form of ill treatment towards us. I am aware that there is so much trauma in the world, and that becomes a condition for us to tolerate what shouldn't be tolerated. So I want to mention that at this point. So with that motivation, we'll go to the main prayer. Just recalling the qualities of the Mahasiddha, Thangtong Gyalpo. Again, it's greatly inspiring that this Mahasiddha had many capacities, that not only did he have the power of longevity, youthfulness, so he was beyond age, beyond death, but also his skills. He manifested many, he was an engineer, he built a bridge for pilgrims who couldn't get to holy places. He started the first opera in Tibet. They're vast skills, and using every one of them to benefit beings. Just so wondrous and amazing. Just thinking about the teachers that we know of currently operating in the world and how different they are, how they use so many different skills and capacities, reaching to all types of different beings. Just so not only in the past, but these enlightened activities are current in the world, and how inspiring and wonderful it is for us to witness this, to understand that we are not alone, that we have the fortune to connect with these enlightened beings and to really observe what is happening in the world and not to have to despair with whatever is going on in the world, that we can understand the transformational power and the enlightened activities that constantly throw us a lifeline. And what we have to do is to grab it and work with them and develop these qualities within our own minds. So we just imagine Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo with all his wondrous qualities. And I particularly like his physical aspect of having a big belly, like the Mahasiddha Virupa, and like quite a lot of these Mahasiddhas, they had a very strong prana belly, full of, good energy, longevity, shakti, if you like. So I like that very much, that it's not a sign of, anything else, but it's a sign of some strength. So with that, we supplicate Mahasiddha and ask for Thangtong Gyalpo's blessings at these very difficult times, just like he did in the past, liberating the Sakya from the pandemic. Please do so right now, that we need your help, and carrying all of the qualities of the enlightened beings, all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, please come to assist us right now. So visualizing the best way that you can. Imagine, recall it, just remembering that all these manifestations are nothing other than our gurus. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, Jidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. So at this point, just remembering that we have gone for refuge to the Buddha, Dhamma, and the Sangha, and all the Yidams and Gurus and Dakinis. Now we supplicate Arya Avalokiteshvara or Chenrezig in front of us, remembering that Chenrezig is the qualities of all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. We'll recite Om Mani Padme Hum, the mantra, 6-syllable mantra. So we can imagine, visualize Chenrezig in front of us, 1000 Nam Chenrezig. and all the other our Buddhas and Bodhisattvas surrounding Chenrezig. And that we, on behalf of all the 6 realm beings, are appealing to Chenrezig to purify the negative karma, the delusions, the current conditions that we have created, the causes completely. So we can imagine surrounding us our loved ones, anyone who is needing any support, help, prayers. Then we extend that to our friends and any associates, people we know. Then we can extend that to all the beings. Just imagining, particularly bearing in mind all the COVID countries that are really, including Australia, that is really having difficulties with COVID, and all the Bardo beings that have died, particularly due to COVID, but also other conditions as well. They are all surrounding us. In fact, all the 6 realm beings are around us. And as we recite the mantra, nectar from Chenrezig falls from his heart, or light, as you wish, you can imagine either, and purifies all the negativities of the body, speech, and mind of all sentient beings. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. So now imagining that Arya Chenrezig is very pleased with our purification practice. And as are all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas surrounding us, in front of us. And that all the beings that we are praying with and praying for are completely purified. So the nectar falling on our bodies, the mind streams have all been purified of all the impure aspects, and our conditions are completely transformed. So we'll do the actual prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So we'll do the dedication prayers. May the precious Supreme Bodhicitta, not yet born, arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. So just remembering again that we're dedicating for the long life and good health of all our Gurus, and for the conditions to be transformed, current challenges to be transformed immediately, and for all beings to have meet the Mahayana path and to become enlightened immediately. So we'll do the long life prayer for His Holiness the Dalai Lama. In the land encircled by snow mountains, you are the source of happiness and good. All-powerful Chenrezig, Thangtong Gyalpo, please remain until samsara ends. Lama Zopa Rinpoche's long life prayer. You who uphold the subduous moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplishes magnificent prayers, honoring the three sublime ones, savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. So we feel that the emptiness due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve Buddhahood, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that Buddhahood, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. So thank you for joining me this morning. And I think I have another half an hour to do prayer. So I will take a few seconds break just to grab some water, and I'll be back in a second. I'd like us to set the motivation again for the next half an hour. Just recalling why we are doing these prayers, current challenging conditions in the world, to transform these conditions, bearing in mind that we have the power to change that what we have brought about through our actions, the causes and conditions, that we are not helpless, we can contribute and participating in a change. That we are fortunate to have the guidance of our gurus to be able to do that. And I'd just like to think about all of the people currently affected by COVID and all the freedoms that have been curtailed due to the pandemic, the economic hardships that have been brought about in the world, and the delusions that have been increased, polarization, misinformation, the level of ignorance, fear, anger, helplessness, and not knowing what to do, but knowing the causes of suffering, not having any refuges. So these becoming contributing factors for mental health issues, suicide, the despair, unable to bear the uncertainty, not having any information about the real condition of the world is this, any information about samsara. Just understanding that our responsibility in that to do something, whatever we can, on all the help for ourselves as well as others, as much as we can. And I especially think about where I have a personal connection with some abused girls, sexually abused, not wanted by the families, having no physical refuge, no place of safety, no one to rely on, no one to love and care for them through various circumstances. And I know this is not unique. But to really think about the people who have been traumatized through generations, the conditions, the physical and mental conditions they get stuck in, that they cannot change through willpower. It's truly a hell realm that they live in, going round in cycle, being stuck in the same behaviors and fears. I particularly want to do this for them as well. That how hard it is that once we go into a hell realm, how hard it is to come out of it. I get this understanding by observing the dysfunctional circumstances, the hardships, the systems that have been set up, like the plantation workers in Sri Lanka, the horrible poverty and lack of agency, that conditions that breeds, that they start harming themselves and others. How it is that when we are treated like less than human, that we become that. And I want to dedicate this next half an hour for the systemic change, for the world leaders to think differently, all of us individuals to do something tangible, also participating in change as much as we can. Because there are so many that are helpless. And they are so reliant on someone intervening, someone being kind and compassionate towards them. So I would like to now turn to the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayers that we are doing. These prayers, thinking about all these suffering beings. The hell realms that are visible in our world, the Asuras and the Suras. The worlds that Asuras and Suras occupy is very clear from the Pandora's the leaks that came about. There's insurmountable wealth that is stolen from countries like Sri Lanka, that is going into buying high-end real estate in Sydney by a couple of individuals. So these systems that are perpetuating suffering. I dedicate these prayers for the transformation of that, for each and every being that are just thinking about themselves, to think about the mass sufferings also. And the countries that have the COVID vaccines, to think about the countries that don't. And the deep debts in the world that are crippling Africa and parts of Asia. And the colonization that continue to harm beings. The injustices to be transformed. And the people in power to have equanimity in their hearts. We supplicate Mahasiddha, Thangtong Gyalpo, someone who was able to transform not only pandemics, but many hardships, many difficult conditions. Carrying all the energies of all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, that we ask for Thangtong Gyalpo's blessings at these difficult times in the world to please help us. And we pray on behalf of all sentient beings, all suffering beings, all Bardo beings. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. So just thinking that we have truly gone for refuge to all the Buddha, Dhamma, Sangha, and all the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. And eventually, ultimately, it's nothing other than our own minds. We recite Om Mani Padme Hum, the mantra of Chenrezig. So we'll visualize Thousand Nam Chenrezig above our head. And that all the other enlightened beings are surrounding Chenrezig, hearing our prayers, responding to our invitations. And us supplicating them on behalf of all six realm beings, suffering beings, on this earth, as well as other realms. Just imagine all the other beings are surrounding us. And they're all in human form. And as we recite this mantra, that light emanates from Chenrezig's heart, falling on each and every being, ourselves and others, and purify the conditions that have given rise to this samsaric suffering, this particular kind of suffering we are experiencing. And it does feel like it's intensifying on many levels with the environment and the threat of war and the disease. So for these conditions that we have created, for our bodies and minds to be purified immediately. So with that visualization, we recite Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Padme hum, Om Mani 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 Padme hum. Om Mani Padme hum, 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 Om Mani Padme hum. Om Mani Padme hum, Om Mani Padme hum, Om Mani Padme hum, Om Mani Padme hum. Padme hum, Om Mani Padme hum, Om Mani Padme hum. Om Mani Padme hum, Om Mani Padme hum, Om Mani Padme hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme hum, Om Mani Padme hum, Om Mani Padme hum. Om Mani Padme hum, Om Mani Padme hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme hum, Om Mani Padme hum, Om Mani Padme hum. Padme hum, Om Mani Padme hum, Om Mani Padme hum, Om Mani Padme hum. Om Mani Padme hum, Om Mani Padme hum, Om Mani Padme hum. Om Mani Padme hum, Om Mani Padme hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme hum, Om Mani Padme hum, Om Mani Padme hum. Om Mani Padme hum, Om Mani Padme hum, Om Mani Padme hum. Om Mani Padme hum, Om Mani Padme hum, Om Mani Padme hum. Om Mani Padme hum, Om Mani Padme hum, Om Mani Padme hum. Om Mani Padme hum, Om Mani Padme hum, Om Mani Padme hum, Om Mani Padme hum. Om Mani Padme hum, Om Mani Padme hum, Om Mani Padme hum. Om Mani Padme hum, Om Mani Padme hum, Om Mani Padme hum, Om Mani Padme hum. Om Mani Padme hum, Om Mani Padme hum, Om Mani Padme hum, Om Mani Padme hum, Om Mani Padme hum. Om Mani Padme hum, Om Mani Padme hum, Om Mani Padme hum. Padme hum, Om Mani Padme hum, Om Mani Padme hum, Om Mani Padme hum. Om Mani Padme hum, Om Mani Padme hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme hum, Om Mani Padme hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme hum, Om Mani Padme hum, Om Mani Padme hum, Om Mani Padme hum. Om Mani Padme hum, Om Mani Padme hum. So we imagine that Arya Chenrezig and all other Buddhas and enlightened beings, Bodhisattvas, are very pleased with our effort. And that rays of light falling on all the beings completely purify our bodies and our minds of all the delusions and negativities completely. And that Arya Chenrezig dissipates into steam-like quality and brings all the qualities by entering through our crown into ourselves. Now we are endowed with the qualities of Arya Chenrezig, manifestation of all the compassion and wisdom. So we recite this prayer. Wrathful, victorious, Hayagriva, perfect, pure Tara, and so forth. Objects of refuge whose holy names eliminate all dangers upon mere hearing, who are compassionate in nature, please pay attention to me. When the sentient beings of the time of coddling and of the flourishing of the five degenerations are tormented by fighting and intense suffering from the explosion of a great ocean of evil karma and jealousy, please dry this ocean up by the strength of your transcendent wisdom, and also by letting fall a great nectar rain of loving kindness on the transmigratory beings whose hatred is a blazing fire. Please grant your blessings for happiness and auspiciousness to increase by their recognizing each other as being like parents. Through your defeating the multitude of victorious, vicious evil spirits, who by entering someone's mental continuum, change it instantly into the mind of an Asura. From now on, may they never roam in this region. Please also cause all the sentient beings who have died in war from now on to abandon all evil karma and the cause and result, and be miraculously reborn in blissful land. Please also lead all others to that pure land. Please cause all those who are born and die to have long lives and not have sicknesses to stop all their quarreling and fighting, and to enjoy a life in the 10 virtues. Please make rainfall in the right time, harvest to always be good, and auspiciousness to increase in all habitats and for all inhabitants. By the ultimate reality, which is pure in nature, unbetraying cause and result, which has that ultimate reality, and the compassionate Guru, mind-sealed deity, and rare sublime ones, may my pure and extensive prayers be fulfilled, accomplished. So we'll do the last part of Thangtong Gyalpo Prayers, actual prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So we'll do the dedications. Due to the merits of these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of a Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exception into that enlightened state. May the supreme jewel bodhicitta that has not arisen arise and grow, and may that which has arisen not diminish, but increase more and more. Long life prayer for His Holiness the Dalai Lama. So dedicating that all our Gurus in every place that they are performing these activities, may they have long life, good health, and may all the beings have the karma to connect with these enlightened beings. In the land encircled by snow mountains, you are the source of all happiness and good. All-powerful Chenrezig, Thangtong Gyalpo, please remain until cyclic existence ends. And we'll do the emptiness prayer. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve Buddhahood, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that Buddhahood, which is completely empty of existing from its own side by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. So just yet again, rejoicing at what we have been able to, that we have been able to follow Rinpoche's advice and do these prayers for so long. That all the people who work tirelessly to also have the right conditions and all our projects to be successful, all FPMT projects. And I'd like to also especially dedicate for the translations that are happening in Sri Lanka of Vajrakara Sutra and Heart Sutra to be published quickly, and Medicine Buddha teachings to be translated quickly. And the Bodhidhamma Vihara in Bendigo, the Sri Lankan temple by the Great Stupa in Bendigo to be established with its Bodhi tree, so that many, many beings can benefit. So currently there is only a Bodhi tree of this caliber only in Bodh Gaya and Sri Lanka. So we have a sapling for that project to be quickly successful. Hello, Venerable.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. Nice to see you.
Yes.
You're well? Where are you?
I'm staying in California at Rinpoche's house.
Oh, right. Wonderful. Yeah, great.
Yeah.
Right.
Sounds like you've got a lot going on there, different projects with translation, and that's exciting.
It is. It is. There's there's so much hardship and chaos in Sri Lanka, but at the same time, you know, there's a small group of people in Bendigo, and then I've got a small group that I connected with in Sri Lanka. So that's really, things are opening up and a lot is happening. So that's quite joyful, something to rejoice.
That's great. Yeah,
Please stay there.
Very good. Yeah.
Thank you. Over to you. Bye for now.
Nice to see you. So let's just start with a couple of minutes for motivation, or if renewing our motivation. As always, we're doing this especially for people who have COVID or who potentially might get the COVID disease, for them all to have protection, and for the world, this planet in general, to be completely free from this disease as quickly as possible, this pandemic and all pandemics, and all the threats from earth, fire, water, wind, external ones, and of course then balance our internal elements for that to be completely pacified due to the power of this prayer by Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, and especially due to the power of the mantras and our motivation, doing it not just for ourselves to be free from these epidemics and disease and disturbance of these inner and outer elements, but for all beings, everyone in this realm and all the different realms of existence who have different types of suffering, not just temporary suffering, disease and elemental problems, but also the deeper suffering, karma and delusion. So for each one of us to quickly be free from that, and especially getting the perfect human rebirth to be able to do that, and then that basis to achieve liberation, and then through practicing the 6 perfections and a combination of Sutra and Tantra to achieve full enlightenment. So may this happen to me and all sentient beings by the power of this prayer and practice. Okay, I'm going to recite the prayer and then do 500 manis, do that 3-4 times, and then recite the other 2 prayers by Thangtong Gyalpo, pacifying danger of weapons and pacifying danger of famine. Recite them at the end as well as dedications and multiplying mantras, since we're on the last session today. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities, dakinis, We go for refuge to them to clarity of our own minds or Dhammakaya. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities and dakinis. We go for refuge to them to clarity of our own minds or Dhammakaya. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities and dakinis. We go for refuge to them to clarity of our own minds or Dhammakaya. Oh, mani bemi, oh, mani bemi, oh, mani bemi, oh, mani bemi. Oh, mani bemi, oh, mani bemi, oh, mani bemi. Oh, mani bemi, 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 oh, mani bemi. Oh, mani bemi, 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 oh, mani bemi. Oh, mani bemi, 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 oh, mani bemi. Oh, mani bemi, oh, mani bemi. Oh, mani bemi, oh, mani bemi, oh, mani bemi. Oh, mani bemi, oh, mani bemi, oh, mani bemi, mani bemi, oh, mani bemi, oh, mani bemi, mani bemi, oh, mani bemi, oh, mani bemi. Oh, mani bemi, oh. All the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harm of spirits, illnesses, and elements, not occur in the realms of the world. Whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. Null-embodied beings being harmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings as those that have been placed inside the mouth of the animal of death. Null-embodied beings being harmed by the 8,000 classes of ample interferers, 360 evil spirits harmed suddenly, 424 diseases, and so forth. For whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of four elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, by the power of Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedication and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities and dakinis. We go for refuge to them to clarity of our own minds or Dhammakaya. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities and dakinis. We go for refuge to them to clarity of our own minds or Dhammakaya. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma and Sangha. Precious Guru Buddha, we go for refuge to Buddha, Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities, dakinis. We go for refuge to them to clarity of our own minds or Dhammakaya. Oh, mani bemi, oh, mani bemi, oh, mani bemi, mani bemi, oh, mani bemi, oh, mani bemi. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harm of spirits, illnesses, and ailments, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings being harmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings, as well have been placed inside the mouth of the Yama Lord of Death. May all embodied beings being harmed by the 8,000 class of harmful interferers, 360 evil spirits harmed suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances, the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of gurus and the triple gem, by the power of dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma-rich results, may these many dedication and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to them to clarity of our own minds, the Dharma. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to them to clarity of our own minds, the Dharma. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to them to clarity of our own minds, the Dharma. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harm of spirits, illnesses, and ailments, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. All embodied beings being harmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose name terrifies beings, as though they're being placed inside the mouth of Yama, Lord of Death. All embodied beings being harmed by 8,000 class of harmful interferers, 360 evil spirits harmed suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to disturbances, the four elements depriving the body and mind of every pleasure be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of gurus and triple Chen, by the power of dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and with the strength and infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedication and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. Then we're going to recite the latter speech of Master CD Thangtong Gyalpo, Words of Truth, Pacifying the Danger of Weapons, Om Mani Padme Hum. Great loving, victorious one, are you sublime, compassionate, eye-looking one, wrathful, victorious, I agree for perfect pure talents, O objects of refuge, always name, eliminate all dangers upon whose rearing. For a compassionate nature, please pay attention to me. When the sentient beings at the time of quarrelling or flourishing with the 5 degenerations are tormented by fighting and intense suffering, from the explosion of a great ocean of evil karma and jealousy, please drive this ocean up by the strength of your transcendental wisdom and compassion. Also by letting fall a great rain of nectar of loving kindness on the transmigrate beings whose hatred is a blazing fire, please grant your blessings for happiness and sufficiencies to increase by their recognizing each other as being like parents. Through your defeating the multitude of vicious evil spirits who, by entering someone's mental continuum, change it instantly into the mind of an asura. From now on, may they never roam in this region. Please also cause all the sentient beings who have died in war from now on to abandon the karma, the cause and result, and be miraculously reborn in a blissful land. Please also lead all others to the pure land. Please cause all those who are born and die to have long lives and not have sicknesses, to stop all the quarrelling and fighting, and enjoy life in the 10 virtues. Please make rain fall at the right time, harvest always be good, and auspiciousness to increase on all habitats and for all inhabitants. by the ultimate reality, which is pure in nature, unbetraying cause and result, which is the ultimate reality. And the compassionate Guru, mind seal deity, and rare sublime ones, may my pure and extensive prayers be accomplished. And then the one for requesting to pacify the fear of famine. Having generated the mind aspiring to the highest human light in order to truly liberate all infinite living beings, you, the compassionate victorious one, completed the two accumulations. The assemblies of guiding Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, Seers, and Prajika Buddhas, Gurus, Yidams, Dakinis, and Dharma Guardians, the 10 directions, your actual will of God, Lords of Treasure, alone for your retinues. We think of these protectorless living beings as degenerate times with love, and then in order to truly protect these embodied beings, who are tormented by the sufferings of hunger, thirst, and poverty, let fall a rain of whatever attractive enjoyments are needed, jewels, food, wealth, grains, bedding, and so forth on the swell's land of snows. Please pacify the harms of the four elements, untimely wind, fire, drought, food, and so forth. And may nourishing grains from crops, harvests, and so forth ripen and increase like the dew during the age of completion. By the force of having made extensive requests with strong entreaties through the force of loving compassion, may we in sickness, fighting, and famine be pacified, and may we possess a happy long life free from illness. Through the great compassion of the victorious ones and their children, and the force of infallible truth of cause and effect, may the teachings of the victorious ones spread and increase, and may all living beings swiftly attain the highest enlightenment. Okay. I'm a little bit early, so let's just do another few malas of Om Mani Padme Hum, thinking about these prayers and imagining that Guru Chenrezig and Guru Thangtong Gyalpo, as we chant the mantra, are sending rains of blessings to all sentient beings, purifying them of all sickness, disease, and actualizing all these prayers in the mind stream. Oh, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Om 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 Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. So to the dedication to become a Guru Buddha and to realize bodhicitta. Lama Sangha Drugyurne Drova Jigya Malupade Sala Gobar Shojanju Senjorim Boshi Nage Panam Yegyurshi Yevanyam Vame Payam Gone gone do Pewarshu. Just as the brave man Jusri and Samantha Bhattacharya realized things as they are, I also dedicate all these roots of virtue that I may follow their perfect example. I dedicate all these roots of virtue. The dedication praised as the best by the victorious ones thus gone 3 times, so I might perform noble bodhisattva's deeds. I'm going to do the brief long life prayer for His Holiness, the one that was modified by Rinpoche. Chitengam dir ende maluga kama jume sambel yeshin karin zune tenzing yatso chu kuse tenshi tu shelundru. And also for His Holiness, his wishes to be spontaneously fulfilled. In English, Saviour of the Snowland teachings, of the land of snow's teachings and transmigratory beings, who extensively clarifies the path that unifies emptiness and compassion, the lotus holder Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And then Lama Zopa Rinpoche's long life prayer, we do the one that was composed by Kyabje. In English, through illuminating all, your appearances dispel the darkness, your clear mind knows the 84,000 roots of Dharma, the power of the remedy to the 84,000 delusions. Your proclaiming dependent arising itself is victorious in battle with the Maras. I worship the supremely kind, great Vajradhara on the crown. Clarifying the scriptures and realizations, the teaching unity, spreading illuminated teachings wherever they have not yet spread in the world. Having become an actual son of the conquerors, you bear hardships with patience, and your continued realization and perfection of wisdom, subtle, dependent, and absent. Precious jewel, Lord, possessing loving compassion, who liberates upon seeing, treasure of mastery of all arising interpretive and definitive scriptures, supremely great among the great, fully comprehending and clarifying the meaning of emptiness and compassion, to guide all beings in the path to liberation, perfectly qualified spiritual prime, my Guru, please remain forever. She protects and fears the 3 times Ayutthaya. Please increase lifespan and activity of beings who preserve the holy Dharma, and always without separation develop their spontaneous actions by the infallible deities of 3 roots, and all be auspicious. Do the multiplying mantras, since it's the last session we do, which mostly I know, but just to be sure. John then did Asian Shevara, Yombayan, the Baso, Besangi, Namba, Nanse, Yogi, Gyalpo, Shaksel, Chanchu, Zemba, Zemba, Jumbo, Gindu, Zambo, Shaksel, Mayada, Om Benjagriva, Ava, Bodini, So, Ha, Om Duru Duru, Jayamuki, So, Tayada, Om Benjagriva, Ava, Bodini, So, Ha. Duru Duru Jayamuki Soha Dayada Om Benjagriva Ava Bodhini Soha Om Duru Duru Jayamuki So Dayada Om Benjagriva Ava Bodhini Soha Om Duru Duru Jayamuki So Dayada Om Benjagriva Ava Bodhini Soha Om Duru Duru Jayamuki Soha Chomdende Deshin Shepara Chombayan Dabaso Besangi Mengele Bejera Ugi Gelpola Shakse Chomdende Deshin Shepara Chombayan Dabaso Besangi No Wanda Monlam Tamchi Rakdu Drupe Gelpola Shakse. Due to the blessings, the eminent victorious ones and their sons, the truth of infallible dependent arising, and the power of my pure special attitude taking responsibility, may all the aims of my pure prayers be accomplished. So we think about the blessings of the Guru Buddha and the Dharma and the Sangha. All these prayers that we've made have been completely accomplished for ourselves and the sentient beings. And we seal the merits and emptiness. Due to these merits, the merits of all Buddhist satsang and all sentient beings in 3 times, which are empty from the inside. May the I, which is empty from its own side, quickly achieve enlightenment, which is empty from its own side. Need all sentient beings are empty from the inside, to that enlightenment by myself alone, which is empty from its own side. Okay, thank you. Thank you.